Hello. It's time to level blocking. Curb, I don't know. I'm kind of out of ideas. So I was thinking about the curb, and one thing I remembered is that most streets are not all streets are not perfectly flat. I gotta tie my hair up. 1 second. Streets are not perfectly flat. They have either they either have some slope to them, or they have like a center, like a triangle shape kind of. That's to help water run off and stay off the part of the road that the cars drive on. And the curb is more of like, I think it's like a third of this edge of the road. You have one edge, which is the ditch, which all roads should have. Basically a section that's just for water to collect and run off. That part's not paved. And then you have the curb, which sits next to that. So it'd be like there, I guess. And then I think you would even have an additional block. I mean, I don't know for sure. But the road has a cut out of it, essentially, on the side, just for water. And I'm even thinking it's likely that, the curb is, it's partially paved. Well, okay, no, it's not, because that's the side of the road that is not paved. I think what I'll do is, I think I need to set up some material. I say some material. I need to be able to place, like, just blocks of ground. Just a generic ground mesh. A generic mesh, and have that blend in with the ground. The way I would do that blending is just apply a single texture, match it, apply a texture, apply a material that is the same as the terrain material, and set some parameters so that the texture I'm applying matches the texture as it appears in the terrain. Right? So yeah, let me do that first. Let me do that now, because I think it'll be much more helpful to have that on this edge, and then I could just have it. It would just blend in perfectly with the terrain, right? I could have the terrain lifted like this. I mean, this spot's already pretty fine, right? But it needs to kind of reach this height. Also, the target height, I'm going to change this right now. What do I have set? Should be clean. I'm not, really. What? Okay. That polygon just decided to move very slightly. Yeah, I don't remember. Okay, I think I remember this. Yeah, I left the terrain not committed because that wasn't final yet, so I didn't want to commit that. Um okay. I want to be able to type in on the terrain 3D. I want to be able to type in hundredths of a meter. I find it a little ridiculous that I can't. Although, let me check this. Close some of these things. I want to find the repository for this. Do they have any recent changes? June? I should have this version, I think. Yeah, I definitely do, because they added hotkeys, and I remember just complaining yesterday that I couldn't disable them. And I want to disable them. Okay. Yeah, I just want to see if there's a new version. I should have this version. How would I know? I would know because the build files should say I'm on 1.1 dev. Huh? Why am I on 1.1 dev? Oh, okay. Weird. I guess I just have, like, for some reason, the super latest version. I don't know why. Okay. But I want to make it so I can... What would it be? Oh, it's probably asset. No, it's not asset doc. That wouldn't be asset doc. It could be. No, it wouldn't be. That's not enough stuff. Toolbar I think is on the left side. What are you looking for? I would be looking for... Let me just close docs. I would be looking for... Why did that open back up? Close. It would be the toolbar. So I'm looking for the word height, the text height. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's probably not happening. Okay. Yeah, that's not happening. A height capital H does work though. For some reason, oh, no, it doesn't. Height H, it's very close to this. Is that it? Add operator. Add tool button. It's very close to this. Tool settings. But this looks like it's it. Yeah, why are these limited like that? Oh, but that looks like that's it. Right there. Tool settings. Probably have to reload. Yeah, I shouldn't have moved anything around. Awesome. Can set a value that is nice. So that will trivialize this a little bit. Although I guess it's probably best to avoid setting. Okay. So here's the thing. If I do that, does that make it... Are there problems? What problems does more precision bring? I could... Oh, man. I could see an issue where I end up making a mistake and I set some height to some area to 2.01 when I meant to set it to 2. And because the difference is now 1 centimeter, I cannot visually see the difference even if I were to set the terrain, even if I were to set the height, the sun elevation really low, so the shadow's really long. I still wouldn't be able to see that. Probably. So the solution is just to not make that mistake. But it could happen. I don't know. I was trying to think of a problem but that doesn't really seem like a problem. It would be a problem if I was dumb. Okay, but I do know that the height of this terrain would be like 3-4 around the sidewalk. And that's what all this is based on. But I mean, it's kind of fine for now to not be that exact. Okay, what am I doing? I want to have... I'm going to send that as like its own mini commit. Okay. Feel a little tired. Okay, I want a material that I can throw onto any object and just make it look like this. So what I'm going to have to do for that is find the material that I actually have for the terrain. Oh, look, there it is. And this, It's weird how that just whites out. Okay. I'm just gonna duplicate for now. Would it just be like fake terrain? Terrain fake. I guess I'll just leave a comment here. Skip pass. So first thing I do is I know that I can just totally remove vertex. That just goes away. Uniform camera position is used. So not needed. Mesh size is declared, so not needed. Mouse layer, not needed. Okay. I should probably read through this before I try doing anything. Essentially, I think all I'll have is... Okay, well, let me look at it then, so I know for sure. So, you know, albedo color, texture, normal depth. Shader generates AO based on the height texture. Based on the height texture. Okay. Roughness. I don't think I'll do detiling. I'll just do like rotation and then shift as parameters. And then UV scale. Okay, so just kind of a pretty generic material. I might even be able to get away with not making a material, actually. Because fragment's just picking the color. Albedo, roughness, specular. Custom lighting, compute light. So I do have this. Which is on. Yeah, so this is just this thing. I can't remember what shading model this is. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Wow, I'm not feeling... how does it know? Or does it apply rotation? Wow. Okay. Let me do some material here. Just build terrain. This kind. Care by the name. Let me just do a new. Let me just do it here. See if we can make it work. Hello, Yilia. Grass. It's probably grass ground, right? How's life? It's well. Try planner. Okay, that looks right. And world. Or do I not want world? I think it just rotates it, and that's all it does. Scale. What is this, 0.4? I mean, it should be 0.4. Just nearest map, I think. Does this have to go to a larger number? No. I'm not sure why it's not the same size. I thought that's what it was. I thought I said 0.4. Yeah, 0.4. Weird. She named the zombie virus Yelia virus because I'm bored. I don't know what type. I got burned out from my project and looking for inspirations. I don't have too many 2D devs on Twitch. Love 2D? I don't know what that is. I am really tired right now, I'll be honest. I don't know why. So why is 0.4 absolutely not the right size? Like 1 and then 0.4 looks more correct. Point 2? That really sucks that this is not very similar at all. He has like double the size or something. It's an engine for 2D games using Lua, a framework or library. I don't know. Could still call it an engine, probably. I think people call like... I don't remember the name of this. Some JavaScript 3D rendering thing. That's weird. I feel like I knew it. I knew the name as soon as I thought of it, and then I went to say it, and then I forgot the name. It still seems too small. You know, it's really annoying that changing the scale moves it so much. I mean, I guess I just match it as close as I can. .3JS, that's what I was thinking of. They got popular again because of AI slop trend. That's too large. Or what? Bunch of sixes. I meant 1/6. Maybe that looks like the red size. No, I guess I'm just going back to 0.2. Oh, that might be right, actually. Okay. Good. It's good that it's just, like, double the size for some reason. Now, if I change the radius of this, does that mess with it? No. What about the height? No. Alright. Okay, I've discovered a problem with this new thing. Because they don't color these like offset, it's really hard to know which button I'm actually clicking. Okay. It's a bit of a mistake. What's the power of this one? 0.049. I've been watching a live stream of some guy trying to debug a Pygame project he was working on, but I don't know if he knows what he's doing, because on the screen that Thomas Claude was rendering his shaders with the Vulkan code, which doesn't work with Pygame. That's funny. I do not use any AI. I'm smart enough to go without it. LLMs are good. I don't think so. I think they're really good at tricking someone into thinking that they're good, and that's about it. Right now, who is it? Primogen is making a game with like 4 other people, and they're trying to use, I don't know what AI they're using, but they're trying to use something like for most of their changes, but they still, like, every single time they like ask it 3 times, and then they go in and they just write the code themselves. Because they actually know what needs to be written, and they just can't. They struggle to convince the AI to write it correctly. Do I really have this like 0.4? Yeah, so why does it look like that? Is it roughness? No. So the live stream of Prime doing the same and even sponsored by Cursor, most of the time just them begging it? Yeah. There was someone, maybe they were sponsored too. There was some VTuber who I don't think they actually did they don't main the programming category. They showed up in the programming category for like a couple days, and they were like the top watched channel. And I think they were using Cursor or something like that. And I think they just gave up on whatever they're trying to make, because they have stopped doing programming. The moment I'll give in, what are we trying to say? Is when these LLMs start reverse engineering. I'll give up. Right. I think the point they're going for is to... It's already pretty nice. I've seen something. They seem really slow sometimes. When they can like run their own code and fix it, that's like really close to the singularity moment. When an LLM can create a better LLM, that's when things get serious. And we might have something competent. What am I looking for? I know that this shading is definitely wrong. Is it because it's flat and this is curved? No, it still looks like washed out. Man, I don't want to... What is this? No specular? Oh, is that what it was? It's still bright. These don't look any different. It's not ambient light. Definitely not. It looks better, but it's definitely not that. Man, I don't want to write it myself. If I convert this, does it... Oh, it keeps a lot of stuff. Future scary, people will give up on learning how to problem solve because of this. It's more scary to me than whatever Skynet fantasy people are screaming online. Yeah. I think what people don't understand is that society is run by people. As much as people may want to believe that machines dictate what we do day to day, if people don't want to use AI, if people don't want AI in their products, then there won't be AI in the products. Companies will try to force it in, but then we just don't buy those products. And then they stop putting them in the products. So even if the AI is 1,000 million times smarter than a human and can accomplish any task a human can in 1 second, unless we actually want that in our lives, it's not going to take over our lives. The world is not the internet. Simply put. Alright, so this actually did copy in everything that I wanted, I think. World Triplant. Wait, did I turn on? Varying Vec3 triplanar position. Oh, that's computed here. I give up on the people. People are dumb. I have no hope for them fighting back against anything. It's not about fighting back against it. It's about just not using it. If it produces close enough results to common man won't notice. Well, that's the thing. If anyone knows that it's AI, we will probably reject it, and we already are. We reject art. There's even people who look at art and they don't think it's AI, and then they get told it's AI and they immediately dislike it. I'm back. Sorry, my dog just got sick. Terminator, I'll be remembered. You still here? Or did you take off? Alright, let me change this back because I'm not sure. What does this mean? I mean, it still looks correct. Is it moving? I don't know. I mean, it looks right. So I'm gonna do this lighting thing. This lighting thing needs to be done. Because I don't know what's up with this, but something's just kind of like wrong. Something's just wrong with this lighting stuff. Redefinition of metallic? What are you talking about? No metallic here. No specular. Metallic texture. There's no metallic texture. No specular. Redefinition of albedo. Okay, what's wrong with this shader? Why is this shader bad? This. And this is why I hate Godot shader system. It is so stupid. This is like 3 or more seconds that this takes to run. That's just ridiculous. Redefinition of roughness. If I name something, okay, well, I'm gonna close that. Sure, save it. Now, if I change... Alright, cool. We're not like recompiling and wasting my time. This is dumb. Was it complaining about unused? What about Function F is declared and never used. Alright, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know if adding an underscore alone is enough, and it is. So. Cool, cool, cool. Where did it go? What is this? It's been like nuked. No, it hasn't. What is this? Something is weird here. What is this? Yeah, something's wrong with this. What? It actually, like, did get... Why did that get nuked? You just deleted everything from that. The material may as well be... I may as well have never edited that material. Okay, let's look away from the void. Okay. That is so powerful that as soon as I render a pixel, it... Oh, hey, Yulia. I don't know if you heard, my dog got sick and I had to go for a minute. Jeez, what is wrong with that? Look away from it. What is this shader? What happened to this? This is like so weird. That is really strange. What I call like new standard material. Okay, something's wrong with this one. It seems like it's missing something. Can I look at it again? Yeah. It's gonna be the black hole where zombies come from. Dude, I don't know how that happened. It's so dark that as soon as a pixel is rendered, it causes the auto exposure to underexpose to the maximum. That's how dark it is. Right, so let's just go new one of these. And then I want... Dude, why did everything just get deleted from that? That is really stupid. Let's call it grass. 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 Sampling. Nearest map. And then anything else that I needed to do? Oh, I could have just turned specular off, couldn't I? That's actually what it was. It was this weird metallic thing that I was doing. Yeah, and I can't... Okay, I can kind of see it's there. What is that? It looks like smooth. Is it anisotropic? Oh, that did help a bit. Glad Godot's getting more popular? Yeah. I think it's really nice. Oh, I see what's going on. It's like the detiling thing that's happening that makes it look like it's not blending perfectly. Which, interesting, the detiling kind of makes it more obvious that it has tile. Alright. I did just lose where this was on the ground, so that's a good sign. Okay, so I don't need anything. I can just actually use this texture. Normal material thing. Cool. Alright, save it. I first went to use it, so I was going to do a game jam with a friend, and I was thinking about how to make it easier for us to collaborate. And I saw that Godot uses a bunch of text resources, which I thought was great, because then that means I can use Git to just fix any conflicts. That if we change, we could work on the same stuff at the same time and keep both of our changes. And I just feel like I remember other engines don't do that. They always store as like binary, or that's their default. So if if two people change the same thing at the same time, you can't resolve it. It's impossible. You would need some like other tool or something to figure out which one of these changes from each file has to be added. What is going on here? Is that like not lined up? Interesting. Yeah, it is really nice. That alone is pretty much why I like using it. Also, the scripting language, like being Python, I think is really nice. I haven't really written Python since I first learned how to program, basically. And then Godot's GD script is pretty much just Python. Okay, put that back to the ground. And then I think all I want to do is just to keep, I just want these pieces right here. And then they combine perfectly. Nice. I will put this in its own section here. And then I will have a cut. Where did that go? And I messed up. Actually, I should be able to know exactly what the size of this is. That is 1.4 plus the radius. 1.6, 1.4 is 3. Is that math? 3. And then I want 0.92. Gee, this one should be... Yeah, this will be 0.92. Subtract. Now just move this up. There. And I guess just... keep this out. Well, I suppose it should be the whole thing, shouldn't it? Why is that not at the middle point? Huh? Wait, it's at the middle here, but then it's not at the middle of the top? Is this rotated? Why is that rotated? That's really weird. Should grow some guts and move from into arch. I did arch because I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna go all into Linux now because I despised Windows so much at that point. But I feel like I definitely should have started with something that was just gonna, I didn't have to really modify too much. For like the first month or two, every day I was like, oh, I gotta spend like an hour trying to fix this thing that I need. And silly stuff like that. Okay. So now this is kind of in a good spot. I will move it up to about there. And then bring the cut down. Okay. All right, cool. What do I call this? Like grass corner, maybe? That's how I spell. Grass corner. Okay, so this is that piece, and I feel like I noticed there's still something else here. Is there something else here? Or is that just terrain? What is this? Move it out. Oh yeah, it's just terrain underneath it. Okay. I use Mint for my personal laptop, but unfortunately with my gaming setup, still sucks with Windows 11 because Linux makes 4090s run like a 3080. Oh, dang. Well, lucky for me, I've been using the same 1080 for many years now, and I have never felt like I needed to upgrade. So. Is this a line in the texture? No, it's not. It looks like it is. All right, there's that. And I can pretty much just go around and start deleting all these other ones. Also, I don't really play demanding games. Yeah, I'll do... yeah, I'll do this. I'll start with this one. Maybe the trick stat as a child of this one and then flip them around. Yeah, that's it. Okay, and then when I have a cut so that it's only this corner and nothing more. Fortunately, with the devs abandoning baked lighting, other than that, 1080 Ti still holds up. I hate that the Doom people abandoned baked. Are you trying to say baked lighting entirely by their engine? That's just so infuriating. Yeah, I think Unreal has unfortunately gotten a real grip on development in that just global illumination. Yeah, baked lighting. I really don't think it's... I just think in general, global illumination, all implementations of it that currently are popular are not good enough to replace baked lighting. I think they're not even good enough for demonstration. They're good enough to say, hey, here's like a tech... I mean, it's like a... Maybe this is like too harsh of a comparison, but maybe more like a potato battery that you'd make in like middle school or high school or something. It's like, hey, look what I did. Cool. That's neat, but we can't use that. We can't use that. It's not good enough. Yeah, I want this to be like grass corner cut and then just grass corner. Yep. Right now I have the skybox. I mean, it's already okay. This alone is already like kind of all we needed. Just dynamic lights where I can move the light in the sky and it is real time. The shadows are real time here. Like one dynamic light is already, I think, good enough for any global illumination implementation. You just need like intelligent setup of the rest of your assets and like a good shader. And you can get stuff that looks better than global illumination could ever hope to achieve. Current implementations of them could hope to achieve. I'm sure at some point we'll get there. We'll have a good one, but they're not good. Unreal still have software solutions for now, but the idiots at id Tech completely abandoned it. Hardware acceleration ray tracing is required for both their two latest games. I didn't know that, actually. Because I played Doom Eternal in 2016, I think, was the one before that. And they both look really good. I didn't realize... First of all, I didn't realize that they were Unreal. Which maybe they're not. Maybe they're actually not Unreal. They could be not. Maybe we're just talking about... I don't remember the name of it right now. But I haven't played the latest one. They're not Unreal? Yeah, okay. I was thinking so, because I feel like I could have noticed that when I was playing. Unreal has an interesting way of being obvious to an extent when you play an Unreal game. And that's not a good way. Not in a good way. I think people are starting to catch on that Unreal was pretty good when they first started getting popular, and then since they started going into global illumination, it has gotten less good. Traversal stutter, shader stutter. Yeah, I think a big thing right now is like compiling shaders when you launch a game. That used to not be a thing, and now it is. And it's only because they don't pre-compile them. Because they could, they just don't. I think one thing that might be, let me check this before I say it. Right, okay. Yeah. Godot just added this. Pre-compiling the shaders. I feel like for a AAA game, this should be like, you know, you can't call yourself AAA unless you're doing this. Unless you can play the game within like a minute of launching. I mean, maybe even a minute's still too long. If you can't play the game within 10 seconds of launching, I think you've missed a goal. Brass corner there. Okay, so then I can just copy and rotate this. Actually, is it already rotated? No? Is this secretly rotated? No? Good. They can't on PC because of different GPUs and CPUs. You can. I simply won't believe that you can. You can. It's a computer. Anything is possible on a computer. Oh, so this has to be mirrored. What should I say? Alright, let me change this. What? What did I just rotate then? I definitely just rotated something and spun it around. What did I just rotate? Weird. So I think I do... Okay, I don't know. I wanted to rotate it so that I could say, oh, this is the left piece and this is the right piece. Maybe it should be like this, though. I'll say this points left. and this will point right. Like, it doesn't depend on your different mix of hardware architecture settings. The idea there is that pretty much the only architecture difference that I can think of is RISC-V or RISC-V. But that's a CPU optimization. That's not GPU stuff. GPU drivers exist so that you can write one shader and it runs. I think I haven't looked too deep into it, but I mean, this is more just a fundamental thing. There's no way that we currently live in a world where your computer is like some foreign alien object that we don't know how it runs code or what it expects a shader to be written. How it expects a shader to be written. It's not like every GPU speaks a different language, I guess. That's a good way to put it. At some level, they all know the same language. There's no way that they can't have what is it, like an NVIDIA series version of their shader. Even if it was that crazy, where every GPU manufacturer for some reason has their own like proprietary shading language that their GPU speaks, we still have, you know, this is GD's shader, but this is technically GLSL. You have GL, you have, what's some other ones? I guess Vulkan. I mean, those are architectures, or those are like software implementations of GPU drivers. It's, I don't know, just fundamentally, it's possible. Your game can run as soon as you launch it. You can play your game as soon as you launch it. That's possible. This like live shader compiling thing is very new. I mean, yeah, you say DirectX and Vulkan, those are APIs, those are software. That's not a hardware level thing. DirectX and Vulkan exist so that I can write code to prepare my GPU to render a frame. That's not even a shader level. Like those, I'm pretty sure those drivers like support several shading languages. What is this? I guess I just moved the block over to the other side. Yeah, I'll just do this. I'll just put the block all the way over. They can unify that, they can pull that out too. I mean, it kind of already is. I don't know, I guess let me just do a quick search, like, just shader languages. I don't even know any, oh, those are offline. Open shading language, I've actually heard of. GL. Metal, I think, is one. Web GPU, WGL, GSL. I mean, they already exist to the point where I mean, pretty much everything now is honestly GL, OpenGL. or GLSL. Okay, yeah, I have heard of HLSL. But like the shading pipeline is so standardized at this point that this is all just like fluff, practically syntax sugar for shading languages. I guess there's the idea that you have some compiled version that might run a little bit faster on a specific GPU because it's like proprietary. But then it's like, okay, well, cool, you made your proprietary shading language. No one's going to use it because, or people aren't going to want to use it and support it because your system just decided to, for some reason, make that proprietary, and now you're making it more work for a developer to support your system. For no reason other than to just try and like create, try to create a monopoly or something. Which maybe that's their goal. Maybe that's why maybe that's why they're encouraging devs to not pre-compile shaders so they can like come out with their own and then say, reinvent the solution. Say, hey guys, you don't have to compile your shader anymore because we have our own proprietary version that can be pre-compiled. Maybe that's the secret plan. Alright, what I want here is to, I guess, bring this sidewalk out further, this concrete block. Well, that's strange. I guess I just make the cutout larger. And now the grass is a bit weird. Okay. So I just put this up here instead. And then I would actually make this. What is it? I don't know, crossing ramp? I just thought of this. Linux, honestly, probably Arch Linux more than anything, is a really good testament to, you know, the fact that you can just, actually, you know what, Minecraft mods. Minecraft mods are, I don't know if those are very popular anymore. Maybe they're less popular. Maybe it's more like, well, people only get a couple mods instead of like 20, but it used to be a big thing where you would install like 50 mods and you would find one that's incompatible with some other one. And you're like, hey, can you make this compatible? They would never say, oh no, that's impossible. They would say, all right, sure. And then they would make it compatible because it's possible. And honestly, anyone who says it's not possible when they're talking about computers, unless they're talking about something that's like a hard problem, like make a super intelligent AI, okay, maybe that's, you know, very difficult. And for our current knowledge, may as well be impossible. But if it's like compatibility stuff, being able to play a game when you launch it and not have to sit there and wait for shaders to compile, that's possible. It is possible. And if they try to say it's because, oh, well, that's going to make your download size larger. We're already downloading like 40 gigabytes of textures, 30 gigabytes of textures. So I don't think megabytes of shader, precompiled shader, is an issue there. I don't think people are actually... I don't think they are actually concerned with download size. That's the only thing I can imagine. That's the only argument I can think of is... The only valid argument is download size. What am I trying to do right now? I'm trying to make this be a ramp that is cut out. And I already have that actually, so that's good. Why is this extended out there? Weird. Offline Tarkov mods? Yeah, when they would say like, hey, we made a change that now you can run it with this other mod. Like, generally, that's the level of difficulty of having precompiled shaders. Is like a few... I mean, you know, dev time, I would say few minutes, but real time is probably like maybe a day or two to compile your... Get the list of GPUs that have crazy things, which really you kind of only just need two. AMD and NVIDIA. Those are kind of the only two real GPUs that people use right now. And then I guess integrated graphics, but those I think those still just use NVIDIA, usually. Or what is it, CUDA? I mean, let me look at this. Do they say? Okay, the fact that these all start with open really... The dominant proprietary framework is NVIDIA CUDA. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. AMD's open source response to CUDA. Compiles common intermediate language to CUDA. Direct compute. A GPU computing API. I don't think that's actually render though. That doesn't sound like render. Compute kernels. Yeah. And I mean, even then, it all... Everything even returns back to C2. So it looks like CUDA might just be... It's an API. It's not even... Yeah, C. What is... Where was... Rock M? C, Python. Fortran? Julia. I mean, this is like the real difference. When you get to like the API of the GPU, that's when things get... That's where compiling... That's what compiling is doing. I didn't know CUDA was open source. Did it say it was open source? I mean, I guess it should be. How good the upcoming claimed Chinese GPUs? I don't know about that. What is that? All right, so I think what I want to do here is to make, now I have the material and I can just slap it on. I just want to have a thin grass piece that connects, essentially just connects the curb to this, which will then connect back to the sidewalk. And now that I have... Also, the other thing that I wanted to do was turn off hotkeys. It's shocking that they added this and then didn't add an option to disable it. Maybe there is an option to disable it. Maybe doesn't look like it. I noticed in the wiki. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it probably should be. If it's on GPUs, it kind of has to be, right? Where was this? Is it toolbar? Is it editor plugin? Probably. Do I see hotkeys? I see consume hotkey. Or this is not a for loop. Read input after editor plugin. Okay. Config alt keybind. Current mods is 0. When the US banned the 4090 in China, they started developing their own rival hardware. That was a mistake for the USA, but a good move for us, because we might finally have a rival. Oh, I see what you meant. Yeah. Oh, I think AMD is the rival. I think the only problem with AMD is they don't have the support of Unreal, I would say. Because it seems like Unreal is really... I don't know if there is any kind of official partnership there, but it seems like they really like... what was this list? It seems like they really like NVIDIA. Because people are like, oh, you gotta get the 4090 to run this game, because that's what they show their demos on. They might do demos for AMD GPUs, but then they put those way after the NVIDIA ones. They're not like game trailers come out and they say like rendered in engine on this NVIDIA GPU. Even though AMD GPUs are competitive and sometimes a bit better. Not the best, but sometimes better. So yeah, I want this to just not be called at all, I think. So I think I'm just going to do return false at the very start of this, because really dumb that they didn't have this be a setting. And then I actually don't want to edit that there. discard. Why is it insisting on not using a tab? That's really weird. Yeah. Probably the good thing about that, though, is they might be way cheaper. They probably would be, right? Because they don't have to... They don't have the middle management from... Actually, is NVIDIA US based? American, yeah. They don't have the intermediate part where they have to pay people in America. Even though I'm sure the majority of all actual work and labor is probably in China already. Or maybe they just ship parts here and then produce it here. Is there anything about that? Oh. GeForce Partner Program. Proposed Shanghai facility. They don't produce? Maybe I don't know anything about this. I just assumed. High tier GPU wise, unfortunately AMD is still behind. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not the best, I think, but they are competitive at lower performance. With lower performance models, I guess. Wait for NVIDIA to make the same mistake and stop investing in innovation. Yeah. They are definitely putting more money into selling than innovating. And they're also starting... I think Unreal is probably taking the brunt of it right now, but I think hopefully people will also notice, hey, this is kind of also a problem with NVIDIA and what they're pushing for games. NVIDIA actually wants us to have such horribly unoptimized games that we have to buy their most powerful thing to be able to run at a decent quality. Okay, so the hotkeys are gone, thankfully, finally. I don't have to keep hitting buttons. Yeah, cool. I can like move around and hit buttons without like changing my tool. Cool. All right. So I want to put this at, what was it? 3, 4. And now, since I'm not trying to... well, okay. I think maybe what I do is I make it... How wide does this have to be? Also for the street. I'm so all over the place here. What will I do for the roads? Will I make these angled? I'm shocked no one sued them for their claim that the 5070 has the same performance as the 4090. There wasn't even any vague language there to hide behind. I don't know what that means. What is that? 5070 has the same performance as the 4090. I don't keep up too strongly with GPUs. I just know that I bought the best one at the best time, and I don't have to upgrade. Because, I mean, even if I really want to play the new games, I am fine with turning down the graphics quality just so I can play the game at a stable frame rate. What I'm trying to do. Okay, I think I have to decide on what the roads are going to be now, because this determines, at the very least, I think I really want to have, I guess they call them like the gutter or something of the road. I don't know, I just feel really hesitant to do it. Because that's kind of... I have roads that are different widths, and then... yeah, putting the lines on the road won't be so simple anymore. I probably have to use a decal. I mean, I think I knew that I would always have to use a decal, but then the decal gets probably harder to place when they're curved. They use DLSS frame generation as a benchmark between 4090 and 5070. They didn't declare it in the main presentation, but that went viral, but I'm sure they planned that well and covered their bums legally. Are those for sale right now? Yeah. 5 months ago. Yeah, I mean, like I said, they definitely put more effort into selling their product than they do into making it worth buying. How will I do this? Okay. So I was thinking about probably having this be another script or tool like I have the curves. What the curves currently do is I set a width and a height and they just draw a box. And they set your nodes correctly. If I do the roads like that... and what happens when I go from a road to a parking lot? Because those are paved flat. Are they? Or do they pave those with a slope too? Alright, let me look this up, because I feel like I might have seen parking lots that have like a drainage ditch in the middle of them. I'm just gonna search. Yep. Parking lot. I'm not seeing any clear... I'm not seeing what I thought I might see. I don't go outside too much to notice. I feel like I've seen a parking lot with like a drainage ditch in the middle. like right on one of the rows, like right behind the cars, there'd be a path there. I was looking at images to see. Does GTA have curved roads? You know what, that's probably a great thing. Can I? Do I have GTA installed? I don't. Tough. 100 gigabytes. That's crazy. Maybe I could just find... I don't have a YouTube tab open right now. Let me just like search for... GTA, like no commentary gameplay or something. Someone might even have just a video of them just driving around in silence. What about, no commentary. Full game. Alright, that's not... I want like console GTA. I would not... I don't know the game well enough to know.
You. FW
I'm really happy that they censored that. I clicked exactly on probably the worst part of the game to be streaming. Alright, this is good. This is definitely PC. I do not think console has that on the ground. Okay. Wow, they have the roads curved. At least it looks like it is. It looks like the road is very obviously curved. They did this at night? I've never seen this mission done at night. It's always been during the day. Yeah, so, yep. Okay. This is what I was expecting to see. So they have the paved road. You have this part here, which is usually just kind of like an angled piece to funnel water. And then you would have this. That looks messed up. That looks like really weird and broken. The remastered. The Legacy is 116 gigabytes. Enhanced is 93 gigabytes. I don't know why. The enhanced one is smaller. I don't know how. Maybe they just clicked optimize. They clicked the optimize textures button. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you can see it really clearly up there. The roads are super curved. How would I bevel that? Like from just a programmatic point of view. Maybe the Legacy one includes something with the online. I don't know. I mean, a difference of 20 gigabytes has to be a texture. Has to be textures and models. Like the highest. There's no way you could just have like 20 gigabytes fewer code. Is it enough to just say, like, put an extra point in the middle that's raised? Is that enough? Does the road also include... No, this section is a different texture. It's more like a different piece, so I think that would have to be a separate mesh as well. And then you have this, the sewers. These pieces. All right. Where's a parking lot? Where do they go to a parking lot? I know one spot that they go to a parking lot. I mean, I guess the... no, it's not here. Where is it? Where is it? It's... right here. So what is this car? How is he driving this car? There's no ramp into this? You just drive over the curb? Does that look sloped? I mean, I guess it's not that hard of a problem. I would just have a second mesh that's just a ramp that goes up to it. This intersection. I can tell this road is curved right here. I mean, I guess the intersections would just be kind of the same idea. They're just... They would connect at the corners, and they would have the raised part in the middle, but then they have to connect with the actual road. I don't have a road this complicated. All my intersections are really simple. Thanks for following, Yilia. Yeah, this makes me want to do terrain or elevation changes even more, because I can see this side of the city goes down to the left, and then just going up there. Dude, they made a crazy map for GTA 5. See you later. Need to buy some groceries. Good luck with the refined roads. Thanks. Yep. I might just have the roads done today. I might just do the roads today. See you. I can turn the quality of this down. I don't need to... Yeah, I can't even see that resolution. Oh wow, that just obliterated. Actually. What is that about? I just lost so much detail, actually. I'm looking at the corner here of the curb. So I was thinking maybe they have I guess because the road's going that way, the drain goes down to the left. I'll just skip ahead here. Because he's just going to go straight back to driving down the road. Okay, they turned the sharpness filter up way too high. These guys are chiseled stone. These guys are made of rock. How sharp they are. How do they do the roads? Also, I just hit pause and just cut ahead a lot. What was that? Is there actually a cut here? I wanted to see him drive for a bit on the road. I guess he still is going to be driving. He just skipped to the phone call. I mean, I guess this stuff is modeled after LA, right?
And I discover that you betray me, perhaps.
I was also thinking about how frequently the sewers are.
The bike for yourself, my employee of the month.
Listen, man, me and Lamar was gonna get that back to you, dawg.
Oh, I am sure you will get this car off the daddy's boy, and then we talk. Insurance papers say they have a locked garage, so you'll need to gain access.
What are these random parts where it's just painted red, but there's nothing there? What is that?
Inside the house.
Man, it's never easy with you, is it?
I mean, that's usually no parking, but that's... Is it for visibility? Is that why they have these painted red? So people don't run over the corner, run over the curb? So they paint it red?
Easy, you thief.
Usually these have been painted red too, but this one's not painted red. Yeah, this has got this part is a really extreme change. You can kind of see how they do it. These are definitely like blocks. They even have dark lines to hide. Where it's just like vertex here, vertex here, vertex here, vertex here at all these horizontal lines. And this looks really weird. This is like a V-shaped piece. How did they do the roads? I'm very curious about that. Like, where do they go from? Like, do they have the road as like one piece here, and then they have the gutter and ditch as or the gutter and the curb as one piece, and they have the grass as one piece? Or do they say like, here's the road and here's my options. I want it to have this kind of curb and this gutter. I want it to have this kind of grass. And then maybe the sidewalk is next to that too. Maybe they say, all right, I want to have a driveway here. So they like place a point and the mesh generates a driveway. And then I guess at the end they would bake it. So it's all static geometry. Okay. I'm gonna turn my heater off 1 second. Hmm. Alright, where am I at right now? Why did those texture imports change? They should not have. They definitely should not have. Why did they change? What changed? What is this? Normal? Is this new stuff? Normal map disable, channel pack, generate mid maps, channel remap. Oh, this is new stuff. Okay. Yeah, I would say alpha is unused here. What's the point of changing this? Is that an optimization to say it's unused? Probably. Detect 3D. Changing this import option only has an effect if the texture is detected as being used in 3D. Changing to disabled, then re-importing will not change the existing compress mode. Yeah, so I want this to be disabled. No roughness. So re-import there. Normal map enable. Alpha is also unused here. I did have to invert Y. Okay, so channel remap was some new thing that they had. Interesting. What is UASTC level? RDO quality loss. Weird. All right. You know, I might just go ahead and commit this. Because this is a few kind of like random changes. Added material terrain, terrain fake. I don't need terrain fake. I don't need that one. I made it work without having any special thing there. Delete that. And then I guess now I don't need to commit these changes because they're not necessary. Because these were only changed that I could use it on the other thing. Let me check. I don't think I had anything in shader. Yeah. The editor plugin I changed to remove the hotkeys, which I guess I can commit that separately. Yeah. It would have been fine if they didn't use a hotkey on A. If they just didn't use A, that'd be fine, I think. They don't use W, A, S, or D. They leave those off so that I can't, like, accidentally hit one of the buttons before I'm holding right click, so I'm not traveling the camera and in the camera. Because it keeps changing it to A. And then on my keyboard I have a different layout, so I actually use O and E as well. So I wonder if either one of those are hotkeys. And if they aren't, then they still shouldn't use them, because for me that would bother me. Okay. What am I thinking now? Let me finish up putting down the blocks around here. And then I won't commit the terrain change. But let me just get the all these blocks put in. So I'm going to delete that and just do another crossing ramp over here. Cool, good. And then I delete this grass. Alright, and somehow the cutout is being strange. Oh, because I have like a concrete block here still. Where is it? That one. Delete that one. What is happening there? I think I just need to extend this piece. Yeah, I should just extend that one over to reach this. And then I'm going to modify these blocks so that they actually fit snugly in here. Okay. I'm not supposed to be texturing, but I guess I know that the roads are final, the sidewalks are final. Okay, I said the roads are final. I know their position and dimensions are final. I have to cut out room for the ditch. The gutter will go onto the grass. The gutter and curb will go onto the grass. Yeah. So texturing here is fine. It's fine to spend my time doing that. Now I should just have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of concrete. About. That grass goes away. This grass will go away. And I just committed those, so I know that I don't need that. We'll just call this curb. curb test. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll make new custom CSG polygon stuff and call it like a curb, so that I can make sure these all have the same dimensions, the same shape. And I can make different curb types and just do that. It just sucks because the packed, this vector is not a resource. Yeah, it just sucks that this isn't a resource, because then I can't save it and load it in separately. I could make like a packed vector 2 type that's just a resource, and then I would store that. Maybe that's what I should do. I could have a custom CSG polygon thing that uses a resource type of the polygon. So then I can share that shape. That would be good. That's what I would like to do. I definitely want to do that. Because I was just thinking I would make a tool that would just load in all those points. But it makes more sense to have a tool that makes it a resource so that I can save it and reuse it and change them all at once if I wanted to. Okay. So I've got block A in a bit of a better state. Let me go ahead and change all the names around. So that they are a bit better. This should probably be 4. Call that one 5. Call this one 3. Call that one 5 actually. No, call this one 4. And then this one's maybe 5. Okay. Alright, that looks pretty nice. Setup. Nice setup there. And I guess textures has also changed. But I will not be committing terrain data changes yet still. So terrain material grass. Very simple. We just scale it, we add the stuff, we turn off specular. Cool. Load steps change, added the material. Concrete's renamed. Moved it a little bit. Cool. Cool. Imports. All right. I don't know. I have such a weird way of doing this stuff. I start and I have an idea. I have an idea for something I need to think about when I start the stream, and then that turns into the thing that I'm going to do for the stream. I feel like that second step should happen before I start working. But oh well. So added material which mimics terrain grass. So static meshes can be used for small terrain details. simplify block A sidewalks. Start work on standard standard sidewalk pieces. Pieces. Oh no. Okay. And then I will document that. Those are Godot 4.5 changes. Cool. All right. So I'm going to do, first thing I want to do is I want to make a, okay, my idea, let me think about it a bit more. My idea is that I want a polygon as a resource. So I can, essentially the polygon needs a packed vector 2D array, but it's unfortunately set up that a packed vector 2D array itself is not a resource, so I can't save it and then reuse it across different things. So my idea is to make a resource, okay, two things. Make a new CSG polygon type that just extends the regular polygon type. And the only thing that it does is it adds an export for a resource version of the polygon data. So that way I can load in this new custom resource version of polygon data directly to the CSG shape. Now, is that stupid? Is that stupid? One way that I can think it'd be stupid is, yeah, if I implemented it wrong, I would be able to change the data. Let me click one of these. If I implement it wrong, changing values here would change it on the resource, which I don't want that to do. I want changing values here to basically just be ignored. It should be set up so that if I try changing this, it instantly snaps back to whatever the resource is set up as. So I literally can't modify it there. Now this stuff is all still good. I still want to be depth, smooth faces, all this just normal there. The only additional thing is like a polygon resource type. I was also thinking about, like, this would be overkill, going in and changing it so that CSG Polygon 3D takes a resource type of packed vector 2D array, but no. Alright. So let me do this. I'm just going to make it a script. I guess it can go under CSG. No, this seems more generic. Even more generic than that. I actually have a good question. I thought about this a little while ago. I just want to know. What does CSG mean? Constructive solid geometry. Okay. Alright, good. That question has been answered. Also, there's a GIF playing here. I'm gonna hit back so there's no GIF playing. Don't need that open right now. Don't need that open. I don't think I need that right now. Don't need that open now. Okay. I want to start with a resource type that's just a packed vector 2D. Maybe I should just create a folder called resource. I don't know. This is a very particular thing that I need. I'm just gonna put it under CSG. I can't think of a better place. It's gonna be resource. It's gonna be poly resource. Yeah, I'll just call it Polygon 2D. The only thing it does is export a polygon, which is a packed vector 2 array. This is literally all it does. Right? Yeah. And then I can now make, I'm just gonna create one. Whoa. Create one called CSG Road. Maybe CSG Path. No, that doesn't make sense. CSG Road. CSG Path. What do I want? I need to use this with curve, which means okay. Let me look at curve here, because I was thinking of probably extending this, because essentially all this does is it has what does this do? This performs the function of making sure that the ends of a path 3D that I make on a CSG polygon curve, CSG polygon with curve type, making it so that those that path 3D has straight ends, because that's just an issue with this. They have straight ends. So I want to be able to say, have a marker here, orient it, and change the handle length. And then essentially be able to place it so I have mirrored handles, I guess. So I place a node, and it will add... I've got it. I know what I want to do. I think what I actually want to do is build these paths using physical nodes rather than this dumb thing that it does. Let me... I'll just create one here. A CSG polygon 3D. And I'll just make it a box. It's whatever. Okay. Add mode, path. Set up a child node. Path 3D. Curve, I guess. Went into this path. Path 3D. Alright, it just like totally... I mean, what is that? Like, what is that? That's insane. Why did it just put them way over there? That's not even slightly close to where I'm... It's not even like it's near maybe where I like, you know... Like if I was zoomed way out and that's like where I clicked. No, yeah, that is stupid. The way that I edit this stuff is really dumb. What I want is to basically just have node 3D markers underneath this. And I would manipulate those. I would click, I wouldn't click, I would add them manually. And the order of the children determines the direction of the path. And then if I want, I can just go around and I can like click the marker 3D. Can I click marker 3Ds? Let's speed up over here and click one of these. Yeah, I can click marker 3Ds, right? These are clickable. And I can... They have a forward axis, right? They have a forward axis. I can turn them like this. And then I would put like... I would have a setting on them that's like handle length, the tangent type, all that stuff. And I could just modify it in the inspector like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to upgrade CSG curve. First of all, to use, first of all, I'm going to make a new CSG polygon resource type. All this is going to be the same way. It will be a tool though. Cool. Should I call it Polygon 2D resource? Probably, right? Polygon 2D is a correct name because it is a 2D. Alright, so in ready, all I would do is I set polygon is equal to polygon resource duplicate. Yeah, I think I just say duplicate. Polygon resource polygon now duplicate. Yeah. Okay, and then how do we know when this changes? Packed vector 2D array. Because what I want to be is that if I try changing the wrong thing in the editor, it will override it instantly. Oh, I guess I would change, I could change the setter on polygon. Lookup symbol. Set polygon. I may not be able to override it like this, but I will see. Over as a native class, this won't be called by the engine and may not work as expected. Yeah. I guess I can just... Because the other thought that I have is to put it in process. So that we're just constantly... I can't be constantly duplicating the array. That would get really laggy so fast. Oh, I think what I can do is I can override the set method. I'll just search for setter. Because there is a standard method for setting. It's probably going to be in the export, actually. Yeah. So I could use this. I can check if polygon is set and then just override it. It returns a boolean. Why? What does the boolean mean? Oh, I think I remember reading this. It returns a boolean and is not documented what it means. Yeah, this method is not called when setting built-in properties of an object, including properties defined with... What? Yeah, it says it returns a bool when they don't document what that means. I thought it was written somewhere. Someone wrote it. I mean, it still probably won't work, I think. Oh, what about notifications? That's it. Those are the only notifications. Okay. I was gonna say maybe property list change signal. Maybe I could listen to that. Yeah. Let me go look at I want to go look at CSG. Main? What? Is this a module? Wow, it is. Weird. Okay. And very cool. They put every single one of these in the exact same file. Oh, what? CSG shape. Combiner. Sphere. I'm looking for polygon. Vector, vector 2, polygon. Okay. Here we are. Make dirty, update the gizmos. What is going on? They definitely didn't write it out here, did they? Bool. It is a boolean. Okay. Callable update shape. Update shape. Update collision phases. I can't really rely on that because they may not have collision. I guess I was hoping to see somewhere this does something. That I could hook into. Because I feel like it's not going to call property polygon. But also I do have to go look at what set is. It's still not documented, which is kind of nuts. Set V. And they didn't think to document it there either. Wait, what is this? This is define. Is this where set comes from? If M inherits set V, return true. Return set, return false. I'm guessing it returns true if the value was set, is all that means. Alright, I'm gonna take the dog out. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. Alright, Alright, so yeah, my thinking is that it's just not going to call set for me. It's not going to call set on here. It's just going to call it on the actual thing and then not call it here. But I will do a print. And I will return true and say that I set it. Even though I did not, I just ignore it. Otherwise I return false because I didn't set it here. And the thinking is that this is what this line is doing. But I think this is calling the base class setter, and then if that doesn't work, then it calls my class setter. And then if that doesn't work, then it calls then it just doesn't do anything. So I will see what happens if I do this. So polygon res. So I will create a new CSG polygon resource. Open the output. And I didn't get a print there, which is immediately sad, because I would have expected to see an output there. Ooh, it's calling setting on a custom type. Amazing. Okay, so if I do try to change stuff, it just ignores it. Huge, 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 very big, very awesome. Although I have a feeling that now that I've done that, I have to awesome. Okay. So now it's calling set polygon. I don't understand what set polygon is though. Is it this polygon? Oh, is it setting this? It's setting this polygon there. Also, the word polygon suddenly looks really weird to me. I don't know why. Okay, anyway. I will do a setter here. Set and then I think emit changed. Yeah. That's what I want to do. I want to emit changed. So then here I can bind onto this and say, yeah, on the ready, I can say or just do changed connect to I'll just call it apply polygon. And do I have to disconnect when I'm deleted? I guess I technically do. Although I'm sure that probably is handled for me. I don't know. If it does become a problem in the future, then whatever. Ready only happens once, so. Right, inspector. It's not changing that. Oh, because I would have to save and then reload. Cool. But for some reason it's not changing that. Changed, connect, polygon resource, apply polygon. It's definitely admitting that it's changing though. And it's a tool. Oh, this one needs to be a tool as well. Otherwise it just doesn't do it. Right. There it goes, it's updating live. And I can't mess with it here. Cool. I will do a push warning. Cool. That I will still eventually have to figure out why that's happening. What's my warning? Unused parameter value. Well, honestly, I would like to ignore that. Okay. And this is safe and fine. Great. Cool. Very cool. Very good. Very awesome. So now that this is a CSG polygon resource 3D, can I hide that? I don't think I can. I don't think I can hide these ones because I don't think those get called for me. Yeah. I remember trying to do something like that previously, but I should be able to hide this. I should be able to extend CSG polygon resource 3D and then hide that property by extending the function. Or just implementing the function and removing it from setting its usage to no editor. So I will make CSG curve extend CSG polygon resource 3D. Yeah, because I believe what I do is I just call setup, which does update shape, which will do this with the polygon. So it just makes it a square. How can I do this? I think what I can do is I can, because the issue that I'm going to run into immediately here is when I set this, these curved road pieces and the concrete curves are currently set up with this kind of thing. I set a size here, which just draws a box. So what this should be is a curve that reads through points, and I set each of those points will have these values on them. So I would have the first one, it'd be like a CSG curve 3D node or point, curve point. And I would define these values on it. I would place it where I want it, and then I would define, I have like a burp that needs to come out, but it won't come out. Oh man. Here we go. So essentially I would just say on each one, I want this to be like a straight piece. So I would say, all right, I want it to be straight for this distance, and then I want it to have this length. And then CSG curve 3D would read through all of its children points and create a path from those points, those coordinates, using those data from, you know, if they're a straight piece or not. Yeah, so I guess what I have to do is I need to make this like curve old or something, and then make a new curve, and then fit these to that afterwards, because I can't just change them. I can't change that script without losing all this, and I have to reapply it. Looking at like the old version of the file to see what the values were, because it'll be difficult. So, and then what that allows me to do is to even have this all would then be one piece. I would set its polygon, so I would set like a road, so it would have just, I guess, as like a single vertex in the middle, and then it would draw its. Actually, the gutter and curb would not be part of it. Those would be a different piece, but I think they'd still be one piece together. The curb and the gutter would be one piece. Okay. 1 second. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm back. Or where was it going? I have to make just a new one entirely. So CSG curve, I'll just create a new script and call it new, I guess. It will inherit CSG polygon resource, and I'll start just by adding everything straight into here. But of course, class name needs to be curve3 new half pi. What is half pi for? The angles. And then yeah, I was thinking of something that uses like box, but CSG curve box, CSG curve polygon. Yeah, I'll make a new one called CSG curve box. We'll inherit that one. Apparently it doesn't like this because I don't know, it's not saved yet or something. Curve box 3D. Same thing. I'm just gonna start by copying everything in. I definitely won't be needing that. Trigger the node to refresh internal tree. I don't need that, I think. Yeah, so this size one I want. Width and height of the box. And it would call update shape, I guess. Doesn't do any of that. None of that. CSG curve will no longer have this size thing. And update shape. This one pretty much just clears out. And then instead we go here and make this a method here. No notification there. No process there. Setup calls update shape. Update points. Oh, update shape was already here. That's funny. Okay, well, update points I definitely don't need, and I don't need that. So I'll just remove that there. Ready, it will call or update shape. Call deferred. Setup, no setup. And then it says that it exists here, but it actually does not exist here. I don't know why it still thinks it does. Okay, now let's figure it out. Cannot resolve this class. So we don't do that. Update points will be changed. Okay. So I'm going to create a new thing called curve point. It will inherit marker 3D just for the gizmo. Actually, I think it just inherits node 3D. Yeah. And then CSG curve point 3D, and then I want like the child selectable thing. What is that option? How do you do that? Groups the selected node with its children. This selects the parent when any child node is clicked. Group. Okay, it's a bit different. I guess let me see if I can find where that is. What is this tooltip? Groups the selected node. Group button, set tooltip, a new button, connect, pressed. Pop-up callback bind group selected. Okay. Node selection for node EN selection. What? Set meta, edit group true. That's what it does. Add do method set meta. Emits signal item group status changed as a canvas item. So I would do set meta, edit group true. Then I would do we emit signal item group status changed. Could I just say item group? Item group status changed, that's not a signal. Can I still call it? Oh wait, this is Canvas Item Editor plugin. Oh. I shouldn't be looking at this, should I? Should be looking at... Maybe it just exists. Node 3D. Menu group selected. Same thing, cool. Item group status changed. Why is that not a documented signal? Why is that private? I didn't even know it was possible to make signals that are private. But this has to be defined in Node 3D, right? Or is it an object? Add signal. Yeah, it's right there. How is it not Node 3D editor? Node 3D editor. Oh. Can I get that? Is that like a value or something? Editor Node 3D Gizmo plugin? Oh, I don't think this is what that is. That's not what this is. Okay. I guess, yeah, just do set meta edit group true. Kinda wish I could know if that changes. So I could prevent myself from accidentally turning it off, but I guess I wouldn't turn it off. Let me actually do ready on the ready. Nah, this can be an it. It should be an it. And then in ready, I would add the marker as a child. So I can just click it. Internal mode. What is that? Node internal mode. The node would place at the beginning of the parent's children for any non-internal sibling. I mean, what does this even mean? If internal is different from mode disabled, the child will be added as an internal mode node. These nodes are ignored by methods like getChildren. It also prevents these nodes from being duplicated with their parent. It's to hide the internal nodes from the user so the user won't accidentally delete or modify them. So I guess I would say internal mode is front, perhaps. Although it makes me wonder if it prevents me from clicking it then. So we'll export some values here that says like the length of the straight, I guess. A handle. Right. And then I would actually like to render this. That would be nice if I could render this stuff. I have no idea how I would do that though. Maybe I should look that up. There's probably like a good tutorial for this. I don't want tools, I want gizmos. Tough, it's not here. And now I don't know what is a recommendation and what's a search result. Like, this is... What was that? Oh my god. That was a terrible thing I just scrolled past. I mean, I knew they'd probably have their own tutorial, but, like, you know, the video is a little bit better. This page has not yet been updated for Godot 4.5. I believe they didn't do anything here. I would hope they didn't do anything here. Per gizmo data. Yeah, I just want to visualize something. It would have to be an editor plugin. Yeah, I mean, of course, right? Inheriting the gizmo plugin is enough. With the second approach, if has gizmo or just has gizmo return, node is my custom node. Redraw, gizmo, add lines, add handles. Okay. Create material, create handle material. Handles. Handles? I don't think you really need handles, but it could be better to get around the marker part. Although honestly, I should probably just keep using marker because it's like a built-in type. There's no reason for me to make my own. That's just a duplicate of marker. Okay. So it's really just this simple. And I would just do this just so I can draw like a dot at the end of the I mean, I guess you could still use handles, right? I guess that wouldn't be too bad to use handles. I don't know, that seems like really complicated. Like I have to do some kind of wicked math to figure that one out. That might be really difficult. Yeah. The 3D gizmo. Add lines, add mesh. Yeah, collision. Yeah, that's too much, I think. Yeah, I do want to visualize these points. I guess it's fine enough to just use markers, right? What I would rather have actually is it not show these unless I have the points selected. Or unless I have the parent selected, I guess. I guess there is hidden, right? I would really like to see these positions actually, so I'm gonna figure that out. I will implement it so it has a visual part to it. What is it? It's like editor gizmo plugin. Oh, I have to do it in this way. All right. Gizmo and then inside the gizmo do all this? Yeah, okay. Lots of scripts. Get gizmo name. Custom node. I guess that's just so you can hide it in the editor. Then here I would do all of this, I guess. Just be cool. UIDs, very cool. Right. Cool, cool. And then here, I would have, I guess, init has gizmo. Do that stuff. And I would have the node 3D so I can know some data about it. Awesome. Cool. Very good. Point 3D. Yeah. Let me pass it in as gizmo and then curve point. All right, cool. Pretty much all that. Okay. So they do add lines, lines push back. I assume this is just like .3D positions relative to the node, right? And in meters. Pixels, meters? Probably meters, right? Okay. I guess what I can do is I can look at the redraw. What? Gizmo add lines. What am I missing here? Oh, this is the plugin. I want this one. So add lines. Sets of 2 points. great description of that. Okay. This set is common to call clear. Node 3D gizmo clear. Okay. If curve point, can I check if the parent is selected? If this one or the parent is selected? Or I guess actually I'd want to draw it if this is selected or the parent is selected and the parent is a CSG curve, or if the parent is a CSG curve and one of its children, which is a CSG curve point, is selected. Okay. I just do curve point. Is selected. How does editor interface get selected nodes? It won't give you a valid release build. Is it listed here? Okay, let me get back to here. Okay. Nothing about that. So not an inspector plugin I want. Maybe here we check for something being selected. No. What? Okay, let me look at this. Editor interface? Is that what I was looking for? Editor interface? Yet editor interface. Oh great, it's deprecated. Is a global singleton, can be accessed directly by its name. Oh, cool. Distraction free mode? What does that mean? Hide side docs? Okay. Get selected nodes. Get selection. Get top selected nodes. Returns a list of top selected nodes only, excluding any children. Right, okay. Returns the list of selected nodes. Yeah, let me just do like selection changed. And set some, I guess, like private variable underneath it. Parent. Ignore. Curve plugin. Cannot resolve curve gizmo. Well, where is it? Oh, it's up here. If curve point, show gizmo. Return that. Cool. So in the plugin, we'll enter tree, exit tree. I guess I do interface, get selection changed, connect, disconnect that. Okay. And I guess I can just look at top selected points, top selected nodes, and see if any of those are a curve point or a CSG curve. All right, I can't have to do this. Curve old. That failed? No, it didn't. Okay. Okay. Plug in if we are a curve. Then I say go through its children. Although I guess then I don't know if it's been deselected, do I? I guess I can add it to like a temporary value. So I'll say, yeah, that seems correct. So get up what's children. If child is a CSG curve point, show gizmo is true. And add it to the list. Okay, if the node is a... This will happen if it's just an individually selected point. Because if I have top selected nodes and I select a parent, or actually it would show if this is selected or if any child is, or if any sibling is selected. So if I get a top level curve point, I have to look at all of its siblings and show those as well, right? Or I guess I would just check if its parent is a curve point. And since I'm doing top selected nodes, I can't get a curve point from both the child of CSG curve and a curve point. That would happen. And it's fine if I'm adding two at the same time anyway. That's kinda fine. Returns null if no parent exists. If the parent is not a node 3D or top level is true. Get parent which does not take top level into account. Null if the node doesn't have a parent. This shouldn't really happen. And I can even do is as well, that's still fine. Sorry, sibling. I guess I would actually check here. If not... If this is false, then I do this. This is nested so deeply, but... Could I do and child show? No. Yeah, and it doesn't detect that either, so okay. I could do this. So it's a bit less nested, I guess. I mean, that's about the best I can do, really. Okay. Hey, Danilin. Sup, dork? It's not very nice. Is this correct? So if it is selected, if it's selected, we do that. Oh, I guess I would say... this would happen. But then, even if it was already selected, then I still want to look through through the siblings, right? Is that gonna get like super duplicatey? Maybe I should do that. If this is on, I will continue. I won't add it. Because this would imply that if I have two siblings selected, I will set one. I will stop being nice after what happened 9 years ago. Okay. I won't ask. Show gizmo. Node show gizmo is true. So if I select two siblings, the first one comes through and we set it true, and then we search through all of its siblings and add them. The second sibling we reach, it is shown, so we just ignore that. And because I'm selecting top level stuff, two nodes in the same level of the tree will always be siblings. Right. Good, because I don't remember what happened 9 years ago. Was that loud? That was probably really loud. Sorry. Well, if you don't remember, then... I don't know. 1 second. I am back. Dog got sick again, so I had to clean that up. He's alright. Yes, several times. I cleaned it, mopped it, and then groceries came, so I put them away, and then now I have food, so I'm gonna eat. And then this silly guy thinks he's gonna get a French fry now. Can't do it, Rhett. That's awesome. Actually, I just find that so funny. The spear that killed Jesus. I feel like I want to put such a weapon in my game. I think that would just be really funny. Maybe that's too much though. Hey, Curlionaire. Common Linux W? Yeah. Arch. I'm back. At the Blades of Chaos. Yeah, I think I let my dog have a little bit too much water. After all that. So. He's still walking around. He doesn't look like, he doesn't look weak. He's not like... I mean, you can see me sitting up right now. Oh, actually, 1 second. I'll be right back. This one will be very short. I will be gone very short time. Okay. I just had to go throw something away. Okay. Finishing lunch. Alright, I'm gonna go get more water, wash my hands, and then get back to work. I'm back. Okay. This is a huge break. How long was that? When did I walk away? Cool, I don't know if you're still here. I did miss your messages. Ubuntu sucks. I feel like having the headache of our chat. Yeah. It took me like probably 2 months before I got Arch to a state where I wasn't running into like weird stuff. So it kind of is a headache. It's a commitment for sure. Best way to do it is definitely to probably use dual booting and then, try to use Arch as much as possible. And over time, you'll have it set up for whatever you need. What I had for lunch? I had McDonald's. Their Carolina Gold chicken sandwich. I think it's called Carolina Gold. Maybe it's just called Gold Sandwich. I don't know. Sandwich with gold sauce. I just remember Carolina Gold. And a chocolate shake. Okay. Stuff moved around here. Yeah, bad timing. Okay. I think this was all good. I was muted for it, but as I was sitting here eating, my brother shouted, "Red got sick again," and I replied back, "I don't believe you." Because, yeah. I gave him too much water. So, it was only water that came back up. Okay. Enough talk about that. Some people may be eating lunch. So this should be updating all the things to show the gizmos, and then now to draw. So each curve point essentially just has the length of the straight and then the length of the handle. Right? So I'm assuming the gizmos draw in meters. That would make sense to me. So if I pass it in line, it'll draw like a straight line in in meters. Is there like a dark spot? What is this? Weird, I don't know what that was. You can go outside. I'm going outside, Red. I'm back. I'm gonna go in the stream, and I think I should be back later today. I'll try to be. Yep. Sorry, I didn't get to do much streaming, but or much work, and a lot of being gone. Yeah, I think I'll be back. Okay, goodbye.